So you're okay if I just send you the clean copy next month versus the revisions?
Make sure it's got, draft on it or something.
Okay.
So watermark, so we know it's not. But I think it would read easier if it was just I want both, but I would like to see it just.
So when you get that, you'll still have this from this month if you need to compare, and I'll just send you the clean.
Just reading it.
Okay.
It gets.
It does.
That's why I asked for that.
Yeah. Any other discussion on this? Thank you.
Thank you.
Dr. Lassane. Now we're Richard Armstrong. Oh boy, dress code, hot dog.
Good afternoon, Mr. Page, board members, Mr. Johnson. I have 3 policies with various revisions. Policy 4316, student dress code. It adds internal and cross-reference to policy 4328, which is gang-related activity. But the main thing in this one, it substitutes, instead of saying being punished, it substitutes receiving disciplinary consequences in the last paragraph on the student dress code. Policy 4328, again, it substitutes receiving disciplinary consequences for being punished and disciplined for punished in Section C. And in Policy 6220, operation of school nutrition, basically one of the links at the very end updates the non-discrimination statement to be consistent with current USDA requirements. And part of that last policy, 6220, has a couple of blanks under Section B, meal charges. And the first, a student carrying a negative balance should be in there $13. It should be that amount. And a meal account would not be permitted to accrue additional charges until the negative balance drops below $5. So $13 and then $5. Are there any questions?
My only statement about this would be consistency from school to school bothers me.
Okay.
I had a parent come up to me last month and say, well, this particular school, they don't do anything about this.
Which one of the policies, Mr. Howell?
It was the dress code.
Dress code, okay, yes,
yeah.
sir.
And according to her, her child that goes to a nearby school, they were much stricter. And so that's the only thing I would say is, and I don't know, only thing I know is if we need to be consistent with any policy. And so that's.
I totally agree with you. And we'll, in our level sessions with the principals, we will talk about it. And I've been in a couple high schools this year where the dress code there's been an emphasis on the dress code. And one school in particular is getting a little pushback, but it's only because they're just enforcing what's been in place. Right. Yes, sir.
But each school sets its own rules, correct?
They should not. They should be consistent, but they do. That'll get you in trouble when you have your own rules about. But we do give them some leverage.
They can be more stringent, I think.
I believe, yes.
Yeah,
especially with some of the things when it talked about the gang type activity and anything that would be that would cause a disruption during the school day. I think all of our schools would address that immediately. Yes.
We had discussed earlier on the other policy, making sure that our alternate meals were of good quality.
And that was consistent. We did that last year, and the same thing applies to this year.
So we're not just.
We didn't have any issues. Everything went well. Yeah. Yes, sir. Quality meals.
Very good.
Somebody sent me some article about lunches where they can do like a share plate. They call it a share plate, like if you have milk or apples or that sort of thing. And they said that a lot of the federal laws have changed as far as that's concerned. Has that changed for North Carolina?
It's allowed, but our school system is not in favor of that policy, just because of the contamination of foods. It could, and we open up another.
Yeah, I'd like to look at that again.
But I know I'll have Ms. Wilson come next month and address that for you. But she talked about that, spoke about that either last year or year before last.
Right.
But she was not in favor of that policy.
Right, I understand that. I just think that's something we just really need to consider, especially when there's so many kids out there that are, could
Absolutely.
use that extra food, so.
Yes. Any
Thank
other
you.
question? Thank you.
Mr. Johnson, you've got one policy, I believe.
Yes, mine's pretty simple.
Good.
It just changes the title of the policy. And if you'll look at page 2 that's attached there, currently policy 9125 reads participation by women and minority-owned businesses. Moving forward, the School Board Association recommends that you strike the word women and owned, so that it now reads participation by minority businesses.
Does that still include women, or is?
It does.
Okay.
It considers women to be a minority.
I don't know how you consider women a minority when there are more women in the world than there are men.
Yeah.
That's a documented fact.
All right. Let's dig into the budget, Ms. White, Mr. Johnson.
Okay, so at the board's request, this was tabled last month until this month. I have not received any questions from any board members directly, so I don't know if you want me to just review in the overall budget or if you have particular questions, but you can see the memo, total budget of $190 million. Proposed to use $2.3 million in local fund balance. However, that is before the computer sale proceeds have been recognized, so that number will go down. Well, actually, it will change significantly. Local capital outlay proposes to use $332,000 in fund balance, and the other special revenue fund $341,000 in fund balance. And you have the details of the state and the local budget line item details. I've given you some information about Fund 8, and I gave you on Friday like a roll forward of your local current expense budget from last year to this year.
So when the sale of the computers is finalized, will that negate having to use any local current expense?
If it should.
Okay.
That's direct, the money that you get directly from grants that don't flow from the state or flow through, they don't flow through DPI, like, our old impact grant or the support grant, and it's other revenue that's special to be used for a particular purpose, like driver's ed. The fees collected by driver's ed, stays with driver's ed. It's special revenues that are designated for special things that the state sets this fund aside for us to be able to use that.
So philosophically, much more so than just very specific, when you make a major increase or a major decrease in a line item, what is the procedure? Is that coming from down and up to the central office, or is the central office making those decisions? For example,
Okay.
CTE support funds were used 54% in the budget this year.
Okay, so the state
Where are
CT
those decisions made?
So the state allocates us different pots of money. So the state gives us CTE money. And they give us two different pots of CTE money. They give us positions, and then they give us support funds. So our beginning budget has it just as the state has allotted to us. And then if the CTE director has not utilized all of his positions because maybe we're given 90 positions, but he's filled all his classes, all his needs with 85 positions, he'll transfer those extra positions to the support budget. So when you're looking at budget for 18-19 compared to actual for 17-18, they're going to look a lot different within CTE because the budget has not reflected transfers that will probably happen between the two categories.
Okay, AIG teachers was increased 385%.
So that is
So
also...
who made that decision? Did that come from principals, teachers, up to, or, no, I'm trying to find out where those decisions
Well, see, it's hard to compare a lot of these budgets to actual because AIG is another one that's tough because last year we were able to transfer money out of AIG, and this coming year we cannot transfer money out of AIG because here's why we would transfer money out of AIG. Those teachers are usually highly paid teachers. So I would transfer money out of AIG into supplies and materials, and then I would pay those same AIG teachers with position allotments because we pay our highly paid positions, our highly paid teachers with position allotments. So you had the same number of AIG teachers, you're just paying them from different pots of money. So this year, I cannot transfer out, so you're going to see more money stay in the AIG allotment. Whereas last year I was able to transfer money out of the AIG allotment. I think I transferred it to actually instructional, non-instructional support 003. So again, there's been no change in how the money is used. It's just changing where it shows up in your budget. And again, we did lose some spending power by losing that ability to transfer money. And you'll see that if you look at the local fund balance, the changes from last year to this year in your local fund. Part of the state restrictions is the loss of the transfer flexibility with AIG, because I generated savings by doing that, and I can't do that this year.
And we appreciate you doing that to the savings. Thank you.
But it does, when you lose that flexibility or when I decide to transfer money differently from one year to the next, the comparability is difficult.
Can you explain, and maybe you've done this before, okay, I'm just going to read a list of items as I go through it that I see have been done away with. And here's my list. Digital learning, done away with.
Okay.
Bonus for highly qualified graduates, digital veteran teacher detention bonus, or retention bonus, third grade teacher bonus, test result bonus. So why are all those done away with? Are they showing up somewhere else or what?
So they're not done away with, but this is the budget at the beginning of the year. So for the teacher bonuses, they are still in place for this year, but I don't know how much they're going to be until we get reporting from the state. So once I know how much they're going to be, then I'll come to you with a budget amendment that will budget that expense.
And where will that money come from?
The state.
The state will
Yes.
give it to you at that time?
Yes.
So it's not given to us now?
That's correct. And the digital learning grant, we have gotten that grant. However, we have not developed 100% our budget for that yet. So again, that will come to you in a budget amendment, and we will get those funds, actually more than we got last year.
And the VIF teacher allotment was increased 24%. Can you tell me what that additional 24% is? And if it's personnel, where is that person housed?
Okay, so there are additional visiting international faculty this year. And we had, I think, 2 additional teachers at Lake Norman Elementary School. They went from kindergarten only to first grade, so we have an additional first grade teacher, and I think now they have 2 kindergarten classes instead of 1 kindergarten class. Okay. And then I think there are, I have to go back and look, but I think there are 2 or 3 additional, so there's probably some additional staff at East Elementary. I think maybe last year some of the staff at East Elementary were not visiting international faculty because they were locally sourced. Maybe this year there's more that are having to be sourced through this, the VIF program.
So could you or Dr. Lassane then just give us a list then of how many new VIF teachers we have in their location? Yeah, sure. Thank you. That's all I have at this moment. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, my concern was we had 4 blended learning positions that we reduced. We have 10. Am I correct now?
There are 10 at the secondary level, yes.
Yes, yeah. Okay. Your SAP, we were going to add some, and now we didn't. But yet, when we decided not to add some, and I'm not quite sure the time frame, but I thought that the state came across with some money. Now, how much we're going to get, I don't know, but for SAPs. Am I correct?
There was a grant. Each district, if they so chose, could write a grant to the state for additional mental health support. We did write such a grant, but however, we were not awarded any funds. So we got that news, I don't know when, maybe last week even. Yeah, we just got that news last week that we did not get any grant funds.
Okay, that's unfortunate. But my question then is, I thought initially that we were going to add 2 SAPs, and this was before the State House and Senate met. So we were going to add 2 anyway to the budget, and then we found out that the county commissioners didn't give us what we asked for, so they were automatically cut. Am I correct in the sequence there?
They were cut from your original preliminary budget, yes.
Because we didn't get the money from the county commissioner.
Right. So, we always ask the county commissioner for grand, wishes.
Right.
And we know that that's not going to always happen. So, yes, when the county came back with the budget that they came back with, we knew we had to go back to the drawing board.
Okay. I would say...
This is what the recommendation is. We will make those decisions tonight.
Okay. I'm going to request to the board that we consider adding at least 1, if not 2, because of the potential things that are happening in our world today. I think it's money well spent personally. Thank you.
The only comment I've got on that, I don't totally disagree, is the sustainability of it. If we're using this much in fund balance, it'd be hard to put us in a bind to try to sustain it. Depending on, I certainly would, if this quarter-cent sales tax and safety security passes in November, I would certainly at that time like to have that brought back up if it doesn't pass this time. Because if we knew we were just doing that for a year, I think most of the board would be in favor of it. Problem is, if that doesn't pass, then it's tough hiring people for a year and laying them off, because we certainly can't sustain this kind of budget, even though we will be adding in our money from our sale of our computers, which is a one-time thing. So I think we have to be careful. But I think we're at the point now in this discussion that we need to start looking at are the things in this budget that people are concerned about. Do you want to add, subtract, or whatever? Because we're where we're at, and it's tough when you look at the fact that we're budgeting $2.3 million of fund balance to be used this year.
Mr. Johnson, you had told us in the last 10 years how many administrative positions have been cut from Iredell-Statesille schools?
At the central office level?
Yes, sir. Central office only.
I'm going to guess it's 13, 14, something like that.
Right. Okay.
And if I'm right, about 150 teachers and 100 TAs. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
That we've lost since, what would you say, 2008, 9?
Yes, since the crash in 2008, 2009. Yes, sir.
I'm going to be honest, we're in a situation with maintenance that I know I've gotten a lot of complaints this year about air conditioners. I don't know if other board members have, not working. And talking with Dr. Miller, he's dying out there with all the new facilities we got and staff. I've got that concern. I've got concern of SAPs. I mean, they're just things we need to do. But it's hard to do it when you're looking at this kind of deficit in a year. We keep kicking the can down the road, as Mr. Kelly says.
Well, as a follow-up on that, and talking about the local under non-instructional support personnel, and I know that you've got office support personnel, and you've got there the 48% increase, and I think you're trying to explain why the 48% increase, but could you just elaborate a little bit why it's that?
Okay, so a lot of that goes back to my inability to transfer funds. So the AIG transfer that I could do last year, I would transfer funds into the non-instructional support personnel allotment. That's state non-instructional support personnel. So now that I cannot transfer those funds, the non-support personnel that I was paying with state money has to now be paid with local money. So that's a lot of the reason, that's the majority of the reason as to why you'll see that local pot of money go up in 18-19, because more of those people were paid with state money last year that cannot be paid with state money this year. But the converse of that is I am paying more teachers with state money this year than I did last year. But the net of that is a loss of about $200,000 for your local budget.
So it's not really, as far as bodies are concerned, an increase. It's just you making the shuffle.
Right. So I kind of look at the state and the local budget together. If you look at the people paid across the state and the local budget in that position category or that allotment category, it's comparable. We haven't added significantly anything. Maybe there was a receptionist, and I don't know. I think there were 2 custodians added for the extra square footage at South and North. But yes, between the 2 state and local combined, it's very comparable. No significant changes.
Yeah, because and that helps me because under that same item, you have the $75,000 decrease for custodians.
Because
that's not a decrease in bodies.
Right, so you'll see all paid with state funds in 18-19. Yep.
So that's what that means.
Yep.
Just that.
Yep.
Okay.
So, keeping all that clear, where do you keep that crystal ball?
Well, I mean,
Rob has it
we
right
do
now.
I do have a 5-year projection, and like I say, we can't project really the changes in the state budget. We can't project exactly what we're going to get from our local county. We base it on historical changes, but it is, it's hard to say from here.
You've said it, we've said it so many times. You can't do so-and-so till you get the state budget. You can't do so-and-so with the local budget. When you get it, it's not exactly what it is that you had planned on, so you have to adjust something else. I appreciate what you do in reference to moving those figures around and covering what it is that we have to cover. We know a vast majority of these items are things that have to be done, and there's only so much money. So I appreciate everything in the moving and the crystal ball that you're using to come up with, let's move this over here, so that we're not breaking the law, but we're covering everything. Correct?
Oh, yeah, correct.
Ms. White does a good job of squeezing the turnip for every bit of juice she can get out of it. Let's say Eastern North Carolina say, and I don't know if y'all say that up here or not, and Sam understands it.
Go River.
Yeah, but it's a little. We just can't keep doing this, so we're going to have to increase our income somehow.
Well,
any other?
can I
I want to go back to the maintenance because in the local budget, of course, it's my understanding that all the maintenance is paid through local funds.
Correct.
Is that correct?
That's correct.
And so how can this board then increase, and I guess I'm directing it to you through the board, how can we increase that then? I mean, if you look at the bottom line under the maintenance line item, you can see there's actually no increase whatsoever, less than 1% increase. So that goes back to what I asked earlier, who makes these decisions? I don't know if I've had a discussion with this board to say, I'd like to see $1 million increase on maintenance. So where do we get an opportunity to say that and get an opportunity to make a motion to do that and say, okay, we need more maintenance staff. More people can't do the whole thing in this county.
That would be discussion now and motion tonight when we look at this, when we vote on this budget.
Well, I'd like to add too that in January when we start this process, we begin with a committee, and I think to answer Mr. Dennington's question, our committee, our budget committee, comprised of our senior leadership at the central office, but it also includes principal representations from each level. 2 elementary principals, 2 middle school, 2 high school principals. That budget committee begins meeting in late January, early February to look at all possible expansions. Each department head comes in and makes a presentation before that. And if you look back at some of your prior memos, you can see that list of budget expansions is pretty exhaustive. We then ask that same committee to narrow that down before it's brought to you folks. And they do so in grand fashion. It's a tough assignment, but they do take their work very, very seriously. When that does come to you, that's the only recommendation that is made is from that budget committee. Everything else is really open to freelance work by the board to say, I like this recommendation, I don't like this one, I want to see you go back and increase this or make a cut here. And we follow our direction from the board at that point throughout the spring of the year as we do those monthly budget presentations to you. I think tonight, the staff and I, we're all ears. Any recommendations that you bring to us, approved by the full board, we will carry those out for you. I think the mere conversation that we're having here tonight is living proof that this school system needs a new funding stream. And that's why that 1/4 cent sales tax is so critical to us. There's lots of things that all of us would want to do and needs to be done. We had a discussion this morning about our shortage of bus drivers. For the first time in my memory, we opened school this year and had buses sitting there in the parking lots that didn't run their routes because we didn't have a body to put on the bus. So there are critical needs in this district. Mr. Howell, I applaud you for championing SAPs. I too. We requested additional funding for that. We wrote grants for that. Unfortunately, we didn't get it. If we're gonna add SAPs, the burden's going to be upon us to find a way to do it.
Mr. Kennington, when we paid for computers out of capital outlay money, I said, well, we get the money back from the sale of the old ones. Why don't we put that back into capital outlay? Well, I was told we couldn't do that. So I would just, give you that information. My question is how much money is in our general fund now? Do you have that available?
Your savings, like your fund balance, your savings?
No, our general fund that we're going to take our computer money, if I'm correct, and we're going to put that in the general fund. Is that right?
Part of it, the majority of it.
So how much money is in our general fund now?
Like how much cash is in the bank? I'm trying to know exactly what you're asking. How much revenue? How much fund balance? How much cash?
Well, if we went to your books and opened them up and said, right now at this moment we have $5 million in the general fund. Is something like that?
and I'm really not trying to be difficult. I mean, we have $6.2 million in savings at the end of the year. Our fund balance in the general fund is $6.2 million at the end of 6/30/2018.
So our fund balance is part of the general fund?
Each fund, except for state and federal, has a fund balance, which is like the savings.
Right.
Yeah, so the savings for your general fund was $6.2 million, like your savings account, your fund balance was $6.2 million at the end of last year.
Okay.
What are we looking at getting? I don't have it with me. I know you sent it to us Friday. Refresh my memory. What are we looking from the TBI money this year in Fund 8?
I think it's $165,000. I've got my computer. I'll pull it up.
Chinese exchange money. Yeah, from TBI.
189,000.
189.
I'm paying 3.5 teachers.
3.5. Okay, that was my next question. So we were 3.5 teachers are getting paid out of that. Okay. So it is being used.
Oh yeah.
Okay. So is that included in our local budget?
It's in Fund 8.
Fund 8 budget.
Tuition and fees go into Fund 8.
Yeah, but
So again, that's like a domino. So it's 3.5
Right.
less teachers you're paying with local money
Right.
that you're paying.
yeah. So it saved us.
That's right.
Yeah. So it would be
In
worth
theory,
it.
it saves you now. Do you need those extra positions because of the extra? Probably don't need
not
3.5.
18, not 18 students.
You probably don't need 3.5, right?
Right. Yeah, that's a good thing. I mean, it's well, I think it will be up to us to make some hard decisions on what we want to add or subtract. There's not much subtraction can be done. I don't see any subtraction really.
Mr. Page, may I add another little dilemma that we've got with our budget that we'll need some direction on tonight? I know you read about the safety security grants from the General Assembly.
Mr. Johnson, can we discuss that
Yes, sir.
in closed session for now lawyer safety and security?
Yes, sir.
And that will be before we vote on this budget at the end of this. Okay, thank you.
Let me ask one other question. Okay, for example, just looking at the overall sheet here, total beginning budget is $190 million. Budget uses 2.29537 local current expense fund balance. That's this year, right?
That's your beginning budget for your local current expense fund for this year.
So, if we say that you're going to add one SAP, does that add to that number?
Correct.
And if we add two, that adds to that number? Anything we add adds to that number, correct?
Right.
So it's to the point that you can directly add that to the fund balance. So anything you add, if you want to add to the SAPs, if you want to add to the maintenance, if you want to add to whatever, it adds to that number, or it takes away from the
Fund balance.
total that we would have in the fund balance. So you're saying if you take this away right now, the figure that boggles people's minds is if you take that away, even if you add $400,000 more, you still have about $6 million left in fund balance. Is that correct?
Right, you ended last year, started this year with about $6.2 million.
So,
You've got that on this sheet.
yeah, right. When you're looking at it that way, as a 613 you would actually take it away, add to that number, or take away whichever, the last number on that page.
Yeah.
Correct? So I'm just trying to get it straight as to if we make that decision, what that comes from. I mean, it's there if we decide to use it at this point. I know about the percentages, and I know what we like to keep. At the same time, we don't have the idea about the 0.25% yet. We don't have anything solid. Do we even have a solid state budget? We don't have that yet.
No, we do.
Yep.
You're right, yeah, we do.
You have that. So there are things in place, and we're looking at that bottom number, and I wonder if we're not ready to adjust that bottom number.
So I appreciate those comments. Your revenue is set. You know, your state budget, your local, you know what you're getting from the county. We know we're going to get some proceeds from the sale of the computers. What we don't know yet is how did our staffing compare to our budget? You know, schools always have needs. Maybe we've granted some extra positions that weren't in the budget. You know, our August payroll has happened, so we have a good idea of where we stand, but there are many vacancies when school starts. So we really don't know how many teaching positions we have in place compared to our budget. Really until September is when you have a pretty good idea of the reality of the teachers that are in the building. Also our TAs, we don't have a TA payroll until September. So there are still some unknowns in the actual personnel that are in the buildings versus the budgeted personnel. So any position, any extra that you add to the budget could possibly take away some, you may need that for extra positions that are out there. So you might already have an increase in your budget for extra positions. Also, I do give...
are essential well, somebody has decided that they are essential and need to be in those school buildings at this time, at this time. So,
I'm not disputing that.
Again, whatever we have or don't add, if we don't add anything, these are the numbers, approximately. But if we do, it comes with that bottom.
Yep. Any expenditures you add, any positions you add, you're going to just use more fund balance. And then, like you say, positions are permanent, more, you know, give or take, you know, but it's a recurring expense that you're committed to for years to come. And that's the scary part with adding positions. So, like I said, I've done a 5-year projection. I don't see a huge amount of wiggle room in this budget if the board wants to maintain about $3.5 million in fund balance. This is kind of the target that has historically been set by the board. So from keeping that target in mind, I don't know that there's a lot of wiggle room, but of course whatever the board decides is what we will move forward with.
Mr. Johnson, our school population this year, we're not going to lose any teachers, are we?
We did not meet our projected growth targets this year from DPI. And I think the number Friday, if I remember correctly, one of you guys can might.
The state allotted us like 20,400 students. All of our state funding was based on about 20,400 students.
Short.
Yes, and if we are 100 or more short, they reduce our funding. Our allotment was based on 20,437 students, which was virtually identical to the student count from 17-18, 10 students different. However, if we lost a lot of those students to charter schools, the state will reduce us for that, and there won't be an additional reduction for student count difference. But if those students did not go to charter schools, then we're going to see a reduction. Either way, you're going to see a reduction. It's just whether it's from charter school growth or from loss of students to non-charter schools. You're going to see a reduction in your state funding, likely.
So the reduction on here for charter schools is your estimate? Based on state
That's
figures.
my estimate, and I have factored in already to your local and your state budget what I expect to be the reduction, but I don't know if that will be enough.
Okay. So we may have to make some adjustments, and we actually could use more fund balance than what's projected.
Yes.
Now,
As is always the case.
Scary.
We're beginning to look like jugglers with different sets of balls.
Just put it all out there so you guys have all the facts when you decide what you're going to do.
by law, we don't have to have a fund balance, right?
You do not.
Okay.
And your 3.5 million is the absolute minimum. And I mean, we can just look at what's projected here this weekend, and you know, we could eat a lot of money up with it just if we get hit by this hurricane. So
Pretty much don't have any flood insurance. Pretty much. What it
yeah.
comes down
So
to.
you know, I mean, we got. It's so hard. This is the hardest thing about this job is figuring out what we can afford when we don't have enough money for what we need.
I would tell the board, though, that I believe I'm right, that all county employees got a raise, what richly deserved, and the commissioners added 2 positions. I'm sure they needed them. But the school systems here, what we're doing here today is we're just trying to give services to our children, and we're having to juggle stuff, and to me it's not right. And if the voters do vote in the 0.25% in November, it will be conservatively probably next September before we see a dime. Because the county's going to get 1.5 million off the top, and it'd be May before they see that. Right.
The first check would be July 1, and they will get 1/4 of the 1.5 million.
I thought they got it all before we got a dime.
No.
Okay.
No, every quarter they will. So every quarter when it's got, they'll get 325. Well, I forget what it is.
Okay. Well,
yeah,
that's even better.
325,000. Yeah.
Okay. That's if it passes.
If it passes, yeah,
Okay.
we've got to look at that. Any other discussion on this before we come back and have our vote? I hope everybody gets their motions in order, so when we do this afternoon, we can move along and vote up or down on everything. I'm sure there's going to be a few additions suggested in motions, and that's perfectly fine. We're going to have to make some hard decisions, and we'll discuss them unless someone wants to talk now. Thank you, Ms. White. At this time, Chuck, we wanted to discuss our professional development budget.
Where we stopped off last time, we moved it, I think Anna wanted to table it, and we moved it to the 9th, I think.
Do you have any, did you get budgets from any of the surrounding districts?
No, I researched. I didn't investigate like Charles said. I researched. And we're spending, next year's budget, we got same thing, like 2,000 for everybody and 1,000 in contingency. But I looked, and the county, with the board, our people below us, the board, we spend 14 for 7 of us. They spend 15,000 for 5. And the Mooresville Grady puts 30,000 in their professional development for 5 members, which is roughly 6,000 apiece. Some of that, if you look at it, of course, we go to district meetings, which we should probably go together, and state meeting, our annual meeting, is part of our money that we go also. Or if somebody comes on like new, the chairman comes on new, and ends up having to go to the school, he could go over his 2,000 in a heartbeat.
Well, that's one of the problems. The professional development classes are so expensive. We're required to have 12 every 2 years, and I believe it's every 4 years we have to do the ethics. Is that correct?
Yeah, I think it's
Every election.
Yeah, every election we have to do the ethics. So some of it is required. To be honest, I'd like to see us probably go with what we've got this year and just look at when budget time comes around this coming year. I would like to, if we want to look at what some of the surrounding districts have, but that'd totally be up to this board.
Mr. Chairman, I would like to say that last year we did not spend all money that was allotted for the total board.
Not even close.
And so I don't know whether that money carries over or
No, sir.
what.
No, sir.
I mean, if we don't spend it, where does it go?
It's just not.
It doesn't disappear.
It's not taken out of the.
goes back in fund balance.
Yeah, I mean, it was.
Okay.
If we'd have used it all, we'd have a lower fund balance.
Okay.
I mean, it just stays in the general fund and goes in or comes out of fund balance as we use it. It was budgeted. Melissa, you got those numbers? It was. Yeah, we were budgeted 2 each, so it was 14 and an additional, so 15,000. And I think we used about 5,000. Is that right?
Yeah, here it is.
Never mind. Here it is. We got. Yeah, we were budgeted 15, and we used less than 5,000. So we. Well, I'm reading what I got here.
That's what you sent me,
Yeah.
Melissa.
Yeah, I guess, Well, now, wait a minute. That was through 4/19/18. Okay, yeah, I got. Yeah, so then we used 6,000. So we're well under budget. Let's just put it that way. Probably use less than half. Is there any desire in the board to change where we're at?
I don't have a desire to necessarily change where we're at as far as the dollar amount, but the way we spend the dollar amount, I'd like for us to at least look at and see if there are ways that, if there's $15,000 in the pot, I don't think any of us want to, spend $10,000 of that, but to give the chairman, the authority to, say, okay, try to keep it at 2,000, but if you go to 2,500 and because you're trying to get your CEUs, then I think the chairman ought to have that authority to then sign off on it.
Well, I think we as a board always have that. We can do a budget, and we're saying that's our budget. And if somebody on this board comes in and says, I have an opportunity to go to something that will help my training, I'm sure all they got to do is request. I'd be glad to give them part of mine if somebody needs it on the board.
That's what I'm saying.
If I'm not using it.
I agree with you.
But I don't know that we really need a formal request for that. Let's just ask. That's a budget amendment, is it not?
Well, it's a line item. I'm not sure at what.
Does the procedure allow the chairman to do that?
Ms. White?
The line item, each board member being allocated $2,000 was something that the board put in place. Last year was the first year. And so this were just guidelines that you guys have set. Maybe not you, as maybe you weren't here and you weren't, but so the board has set these guidelines. And so we will be happy to administer them as the board directs us. Mm-hmm. So each board member was given $2,000, and at that point in time, it was my understanding that once one board member exceeded their allotment, they had to get a request to use the contingency money if they went over. It wasn't an automatic that if Bill if he wanted to spend $2,500, that he automatically got to draw from the shortfall that Max had left. If Max had excess money, it didn't automatically go to Bill. It had to be approved by the board chair, and then he may decide to send a survey out to the board members to see if they approved of that. But we can administer this however you see fit. You guys kind of set this in place. I think that's where Mr. Galligan is coming from. The fact that it's $2,000 per member, I think, is what his concern is.
Didn't we have a contingency in case one of the board members ran over?
So there is contingency money, and that could be for new board members that come in that require extra staff development, and it could be for if a board member needs to go over, and that is when it comes to the board chair to decide, and then he may make the decision himself, him or her, and they may do survey the other board members to make sure they don't have a problem with it. Because some board members, may say, well, I think he didn't need to go to this place and that place, and if he wants to go over, then he needs to pay for it himself. But that's just kind of the guidelines that we've been operating on based on direction from the board.
And that's what we did this year.
Right.
And I guess that's my point with the board. Do we want to change something, leave it like it is? If we do, then we'll need a motion during the committee.
Where we are right now, what we did this year seems to have worked, and since we didn't go over the total budget, it seems kind of foolish to adjust it up. Leave it like it is, and the guidelines she just mentioned, that was the understanding I had, was that each one had 2,000. If somebody went over, they'd ask the board whether or not they could use somebody else's or the contingency.
Well, and I think that's where I felt very uncomfortable making that decision. I polled the board, and it was a very split vote. Do we want that vote to, is that the way we just want to continue it? Okay, all right, very good then. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Gay.
Did that answer your question, sir?
Yes, sir, just like we are. We'll just keep going.
Carry on.
Carrying on. Now I've lost my agenda, of course, by now. Here we go. Any other business or board member updates or comments? If not, the chair would entertain a motion to go into closed session. You have property, Kenny? No property. We got personnel, I know, and also discuss and act on plans to protect public safety. Would like that added in there, please. And matter of fact, the last three responses on here probably are, would you agree with that, Mr. Coutay?
Bullets.
I don't know exactly what you need to talk about.
Well,
You just mentioned
you know, I think just the bottom one covers it. Of course,
Chairman, according to the North Carolina General Statute 143-318.11, I make a motion that the board enter the closed session to discuss formulating plans to emergency response for school violence, formulating and adopt school safety components of school safety improvement plans, and discuss and act on plans to protect public safety and personnel, and to preserve the attorney-client privilege.
Second.
I got a motion second, go into closed session. Any discussion? All in favor, aye. Aye. And opposed, no. We will now move into closed session.
Okay, this one's from Gabby.
At this time, I would call the Iredell-Statesille Schools Board of Education into regular session for the month of September. It is our policy to begin our meetings with a moment of silence in which board members, staff, and guests may privately reflect in their own way on the business of this meeting and our students. Please join me in a moment of silence. Thank you. I do need to take care of one housekeeping. I would entertain a motion to. It's unusual. It's unusual we have these meetings together. Entertain a motion to go back into open session of the committee of the whole.
So moved, Mr. Chairman.
Second. Any discussion? All in favor, aye.
Aye.
Chair would entertain a motion to adjourn the committee of the whole meeting.
So moved.
Second.
Got a motion and a second to adjourn the committee of the whole. All in favor, aye.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. Thank you. At this time, we have the West High School. JROTC will bring the colors in. I would ask everyone to please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic which stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Before we get into our agenda, I would like to clarify our public comment procedure. We'll have a public comment sign-up sheet outside on the table. Anyone wishing to speak should sign up before we open the floor for public discussion. There'll be no additional sign-ups once public comment starts. While our board welcomes the views of our shareholders, please remember comments should not be slanderous or personal in nature. The board does not usually respond to public comments. To be fair to everyone, public comment will be limited to 3 minutes. Mr. Johnson, board members, any additions or changes to the agenda?
Mr. Page, we would like to add item F, a voting item. That is approval of the 2018-19 budget.
Of the 18-19 budget?
Yes.
Board members, any other changes to the agenda?
Mr. Page, this isn't a change to the agenda, but we need to include Mr. Coutay's name in the August 6th minutes.
August 6 minutes. Be sure we add Mr. Coutay's name as present. So, board members, when we get to personnel, we have an addendum that was given to us during the committee of the whole meeting. That addendum will be included in our personnel vote. Please make a note of that. Any other discussion or questions about the agenda? It's time the chair would entertain a motion to approve the agenda as amended.
So moved, Mr. Chairman.
I've got a motion and a second to approve the agenda as amended. Any discussion? All in favor, aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries unanimously. At this time, we will move into consent agenda. We have no administrative consent agenda. Personnel, we went over personnel extensively in the committee of the whole meeting. Is there any other questions to Ms. or Dr. Lassane about personnel? Do remember to add your agenda to that. Approval of the minutes. We had one correction. Make sure that's noted. Any questions, comments about consent agenda? If not, this time the chair would entertain a motion to approve consent agenda, including minutes.
So moved.
Second.
I've got a motion and a second to approve consent agenda, including minutes. Any discussion? All in favor, aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Carries unanimously. Thank you. At this time, we will move into recognitions. Recognitions of our Chinese students and our students that went to China. Ms. Kelly Henson.
Good evening. During the weeks of July 16th through July 26th, Iredell-Statesille Schools hosted Tower Bridge International and 11 middle school-age Chinese exchange students for a summer Chinese exchange camp experience that we titled Art in Action. This camp was provided by Planning and Direction under Iredell-Statesille Schools Gifted Department in cooperation and planning with Tower Bridge International. The camp offered various art experiences through various mediums, including chorus, theater, visual art, technical art, and dance. These camp experiences centered around a central theme of how art can be found in everyday movement and actions. To enhance the camp experience and provide a cultural exchange opportunity, Iredell-Statesille Schools provided 14 American mentor students ranging in ages from 6th to 10th grade. These American students volunteered their time to receive cultural awareness training and work side by side the Chinese students throughout the entire camp experience. Most of the mentor students volunteered as many as 56 hours over a 2-week span to aid in the camp experience, to serve and lead in this role. And tonight, we would like to recognize these students for their willingness and thank them for their assistance in making each of our Chinese students feel welcome and part of the American culture. So at this time, if Mr. Johnson and a board member would come forward, we have some certificates here. And students that are here tonight, as I call your name, if you'll come forward to receive your certificate, and I'm sure we'll get a photo.
Okay. I believe you will. Yes, sir.
You went to China.
You got.
At this time, if Andrew Adkins could come forward. Lillian Furry. Caitlin Landis. Sophia Sailors. Mason Gallagher. Ashlyn Gilbert. Christina Yee. Nicole Fevercorn. Aubrey McGee. Caroline Talent, Natalie Hofses, Tabitha Jackson, Liam Kilgore, and Joe Galena. So if everybody could just stay where you are, we have a little addition. So also we'd like to thank our teachers that provided wonderful, engaging lessons and activities to help make this camp fun for all. These teachers were flexible, patient, and easy to work with throughout the entire experience. They built relationships with the students and again provided a camp experience that will not be forgotten. The students and teachers wanted to create a standing symbol to reflect the new friendship and lasting relationships that merged from the Tower Bridge and Iredell-Statesille Schools partnership. They wanted the symbol to show the celebration and excitement that comes from making new friends and developing more appreciation for cultural differences. They also wanted the symbol to reflect how differences can sometimes merge two together so that they almost seem as one. A beautiful painting was created to become that symbol. Tonight, the teachers and students will present this painting to the Iredell-Statesille School Board and Superintendent Mr. Brady Johnson to be displayed at the Ray Street Central Office as a reminder of the value brought by cultural exchange opportunities and global connections. At this time, I'll call the teachers forward to help with that presentation. Lisa Gregg, Chorus, Michael Perry, iMovie, Hannah Benfeld, iMovie, Coral Riley, iMovie, Kendris Quick, Theater, Tina Talent, Theater, Brandy Kilgore, Visual Art, and Chris Furry, Visual Art. I believe we have 2 of those here tonight. So if the board wants to come forward and get a picture with the painting and the plaque.
Thank you, Ms. Henson. That was a great program this summer. Thank Tower Bridge. Mr. Shin's here with us tonight from TBI. Thank you so much for the our partnership with the Chinese is just keeps giving to all of us. I'm sure Mr. Johnson will speak later, but they have a visiting artist from China that is in town. We had the pleasure to meet this morning and see some of his work. He's doing some workshops with our students of Mr. Li, who's a very, very famous artist in China. And the exchange just continues to benefit our students as well as our community. So thank you, Ms. Henson, for working with that. This time we'll move into our non-consent agenda. Mr. Jackson, you've got bids for the middle school.
Yeah, this group is doing a presentation tonight.
No, it's next. Case B.
It looked like it was transposed there.
Okay, Chairman Page, members of the board, and Mr. Johnson, as you know, on August 23rd, we received bids for the 2 new middle schools. New Atlantic Contracting was the low bidder on the combined bid, which is a $267,000 savings over the individual bids. I've given you a list of the bid alternates that we have met with members of the board and accepted, and I would ask that you approve New Atlantic Contracting for the 2 new middle schools. We are still working on some VE items to reduce the cost, but I've also shown you a funding plan based on the school bonds, some capital money, some sales tax refund, and some interest that will come back in to finance the project. I'll be glad to answer any questions you have.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a motion that we accept these bids.
Second.
We've got a motion and a second to accept the bids as recommended. Any discussion, board members?
Mr. Jack?
Yes, sir.
When they build these schools, how much do we have for safety and security to go into them when they do building? Do we have any item designated for that with our increase in all that we do?
Per se, no. There are locks that we're putting in. The buildings are all sealed. I mean, it's a one building thing, so that all outside doors. Once you're inside, you're there. You don't have to go outside to go anywhere to another building. So you have a lock system. There'll be cameras in the school. There will be the keying system is a patented system that cannot be bought anywhere else unless you come through the school system. So yes, we're doing certain things within the school for safety and security.
That's the key.
Okay.
And we discussed this in length during the committee of the whole meeting. Mr. Jackson, once again, I want to compliment the fact that the estimates you made were in 2014 on this building. It's now late 2018. And I was really concerned with the cost of construction that has gone up so much in the last 4 years. I was really nervous on how this bid was going to turn out. You were winning 2% even for that. Your crystal ball works very well, evidently, because that's amazing to me. I thank you for doing that, for being that accurate. It's again 2% over budget on a project that was bid that we established 4 years ago and bid 4 years later. So congratulations on that. I'm sure we're excited to get going on this. When do we expect to start construction breaking ground?
We hope to start in mid to late October. There is a groundbreaking ceremony that you will be getting some invitations to. It is set for Thursday, October 18th. 10 o'clock we will start at Woodland Heights. 1 o'clock we will go to Third Creek. Dr. Nutting is already working on the invitations, and they will be sent out here later on.
You'll have 2 board members, myself included, in a law conference that week, so we'll miss it, but excellent. Thank you again.
Okay.
At this time, if there's no further discussion, all in favor, aye? Aye. Opposed, no. Carries unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
All right, now one I'm looking forward to, presentation from students and adults who visited China this summer. Mr. Johnson.
Page board members, we have an illustrious group of students, some employees, former employees, but a lot of folks that have expanded their vision of what being internationally minded means. As you know, 5 years ago, we entered into a partnership with Tower Bridge International. That program is intent on expanding people's worldview and making us all aware that we do live on a tiny little planet and that we need to be good neighbors with each other. And so to that end, these students have had a travel abroad experience this summer. So without further ado, let's have them come to the microphone and tell us about their experience. I'm not sure who's going to lead this conversation, so we'll let you take over from here.
Good evening. My name is Olivia Castor, and I'm a junior in the IB program at South Iredell High School. To all of the members of the board, I would like to personally thank each and every one of you for making this trip possible. One of the really amazing things about this trip was that Tower Bridge International actually planned 2 itineraries instead of just 1 for this trip. One of the trips began in Shanghai and the other in Beijing, but the 2 groups met in Beijing at the end of the trip to come home. This allowed us to share with one another the different parts of our trips that the other group may not have experienced, which was very interesting for all of us. As for myself, I cannot even begin to explain how life-changing this trip was. One of the main highlights of the trip for me personally would have to be getting to see my Chinese exchange student, Sophia, in Shanghai where she lives. We kept her in my home for 2 weeks this past February, and we had a blast together. I do not think I can truly tell you all how rewarding and special this moment was for me, because whenever I saw her, it was like being reunited with my biological sister who I hadn't seen in almost 4 months. I also met her mother, and we got to spend the evening together, which was without a doubt my favorite night in China. Another one of my favorite moments of this trip would have to be climbing the Great Wall. It was definitely one of the most challenging things I've ever done, but it was a once-in-a-lifetime experience that I will cherish forever. I truly wouldn't change this experience for the world. To learn about the Chinese culture while also making new friends from my own hometown was one of the best experiences of my life. It is with great sincerity that I thank you all for giving our group this amazing opportunity. Thank you.
Hey, my name is Dory Hicks, and I'm a senior at North Iredell High School, and I just want to talk a little bit about the food and people that we encountered while we were in China. The food was amazing, but I'm not saying that I loved everything I tried. It was most definitely interesting. We all had our favorites, like Matthew and his greens, and all of us getting to eat the super fresh yame at the Nut Master's workshop. One thing I'm sure of is that I tried something new every day. Like the one day I tried snail, or the one day I tried shark, or even the one day I ate pickled fish skin for breakfast. On the second day, we were told we were going to get hamburgers and pizza, which obviously it wasn't what we would think of. It was more like dumplings and then some sort of flatbread. The food there was amazing, just like the people. They don't have Southern hospitality there like we're used to, but they have their own type of hospitality. They don't walk on the right-hand side of the road. They kind of just walk everywhere because there's so many people. They don't really say excuse me because it's just kind of understood. But one thing I'm sure of is that they would stuff you to death before they ever let you go hungry. One of the best people I met while I was there was Richard. There are absolutely no words to describe him, but I'll try. He's the sweetest and most selfless person I've ever met. My trip to China would not have been the same without Richard. Now I have lifelong friends with not only Richard, but everybody I met in China. And I never thought in my wildest dreams that I would have friends from halfway across the world. Thank you.
My name is Addie Smith, and I'm a senior at Statesille High School, and tonight I want to talk to you about our experiences within the schools that we visited. My biggest fear when we went to these schools was the language barrier. I don't speak Chinese. I still know very little, and I wasn't really sure how the Chinese students, what their level of English was, and that was my biggest fear. But I quickly realized I shouldn't have worried about that at all. We went to elementary and middle and high schools, and every place that we went to, the students were very eager and excited to come and talk to us, and it was just a great experience overall. My favorite part when we visited the schools was when we would be split into groups and 2 or 3 students would take us on a tour. They'd show us where they would eat, they'd show us where they'd study, where they would play, where they would hang out. And I just thought that the system itself overall was very intriguing, and I was just fascinated by the entire thing. We went to this one school, and there were very little kids, and they performed a little song for us. They sang, I can't quite remember what it was, but they sang a song for us, and they danced. And I just thought that was the cutest thing ever because it was all in English. And you could just see their faces lighting up and getting excited because we'd go down and hang out with them and sing and dance with them. And I just thought that was the best experience of my entire life.
Hello, my name is Rolando Becker, and I'm a senior at South Iredell High School. Today I want to talk about my experience between being in Beijing and Inner Mongolia. In Beijing was a large urban city. It had a lot of culture, history, and a lot of people. There was a lot of traffic, but it was amazing. We visited the Great Wall, the Summer Palace, and with a lot of different food. I loved it there. And on the other hand, we went to some cities in Inner Mongolia called Ordos and Hohhot. There, it was a smaller city than Beijing, but it was relatively large. There, they had a lot of Mongolian influence. You could see that because, like, in the shops or the street signs, you can find the Chinese characters and then the Mongolian script behind, under it. There, when we visited schools, I was invited to have dinner with a Shao student I had there. And there, I learned how to make dumplings, and they showed me the Chinese hospitality they had, which was a truly heartwarming and welcoming experience there. So overall, I think it was an insightful experience that you can learn from. And when I went there, I don't know what I was expecting, but it was a great experience that I will always remember. Thank you.
Good afternoon. So, dear board members, let me move this up a little bit. Okay. So, I just want to take the time to thank you all for the amazing opportunity. Not only was it eye-opening, but it showed me just how active our school system and community really is. During my 2 weeks in China, I got to experience the Great Wall, make amazing friends, and learn more about education internationally. I also learned that despite differences in culture, the one quality we all as human beings appreciate is kindness. I don't know many people that can say they ventured to another country before 18, but thanks to you all, I now can say that I have. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to represent our county and country in China this summer of 2018. Thank you.
Solomon, let these folks know where you go to school.
I go to school at the Agriculture and Science Early College.
Hi, I'm Matthew Campbell, and I'm a senior at South Iredell High School in the IB program. So what I did was I prepared a video that sort of gives you a brief overview of what the Shanghai group did. Now, we didn't just go to Shanghai. We went to Chengdu, Suzhou, Beijing, and a small water town. And I'm going to preface this by saying that there's no way I can encapsulate all the events, all that we got to see in 4 minutes. So what you're seeing is just a general view of what we saw through pictures, videos, and music. And next we have a video from the Beijing group.
While Jade is coming to put that video up for us, you might be interested in knowing for the 18-19 school year, we currently have 18 Chinese students enrolled in the school system, 13 at Lake Norman High School, 5 at South Iredell High School. This February, for our short-term program, we currently have 56 middle school students committed to that visit. They will be split between Mount Morn IB and Northview IB here at Statesville. We are continuing to recruit other students for that program. The U-Link partnership that we have, those are students that are here for a 3-month period. We have approximately 20 students that will be arriving the end of March. That number too is growing. We want you all to mark your calendars for February the 9th. Our Chinese New Year celebration will be held this year at South Iredell High School, February the 9th. So please mark your calendar, save that date, and we'll be sharing more information with you about that at a later date. Are we ready now, Jada?
Mr. Johnson.
Yes.
Two of our long-term students are here.
Oh, yeah, let's introduce those students. Absolutely.
Yeah. Bring them on.
Yes, ladies, welcome.
We had on our group, Mary spent 4 or 5 days with us, and she is, her parents, we got to know her parents, and just so excited to have her over, and it's good seeing you again, Mary. We had a good time over there. Thank you for your parents' hospitality and everything. So it's amazing, these kids, they're right, it's a life-changing experience for our kids. And again, I have to thank Mr. Shin and Mr. Johnson for putting this thing together a few years ago, and a lot of people thought it was crazy, and this turned out to be just a remarkable partnership.
Okay, so Gabby. I me and you, and I think to myself, what a wonderful world. Well, I see skies of blue, and I see clouds of white, and the brightness of day. I like the dark, and I think to myself, what a wonderful world. The colors of the rainbow, so pretty in the sky, are also on the faces of people passing by. I see friends shaking hands, singing, how do you do? They really say, I love you. I hear babies cry and I watch them grow. They'll learn much more than we'll know. And I think to myself, what a wonderful world. Someday I wish upon a star, wake up where the clouds are far behind me, where trouble melts like a lemon drops high above the chimney top. That's where you find me, oh, somewhere over the rainbow, way up high. The dreams that you dare to, why, oh why can't Okay, this is for Gabby. Okay, this one's for Gabby.
Anytime we talk about this partnership, I cannot pass up the opportunity to thank some people. Not only our partners with Tower Bridge, but the key to this program is our host families. So if you've ever hosted one of these kids from this partnership, please stand up, raise your hand. Let us acknowledge all of our host parents. Anybody here tonight? There's several in the crowd. So thank you very much for your partnership.
And we need more.
Amen.
All right, Mr. Johnson.
Yeah, I just want to kind of echo what Mr. Johnson just said, because one of the things that was the most heartwarming that I saw, and I think what Mr. Dave saw, when we flew into Beijing, and there were probably 11 most of you now, aren't you?
No, not full-term, I've only done short.
Okay, so Tracy Ryan has been a host for the students too. So, you know, it's really just very, very special, and we thank all of you for what you did. We didn't have as many students as Martin's group had. We had more adults, so we got to see a little bit different, particularly some of the inner Mongolia aspects of it. But I'd like Mr. Shen to come up and Ms. Kite to come up and just a moment, please, because they really are so special. Ms. Kite does everything here in Statesille. And Mr. Shen is the founder of Tile Bridge, and he has flown in from China to be with the bridge for a few days here. And I just want to thank Teresa for everything that you do, and thank you so much for everything that you're doing. Please share with the group anything you'd like to share with me. I don't want to put you on the spot. It just did. But I just wanted to pick on the see it about my face.
Thank you very much. I think today the only thing I want to present is our appreciation for take care of our students here. Also, I'm happy to host our American students in China.
And we appreciate you for this.
Mr. Shen, and TBI, it's amazing how well they treat all of our students in there. It's truly been a cultural exchange. What the kids that come over here from China, and our kids that go over there and learn, it's just amazing. I think it changed the lives of a lot of our families. I know it did me. It was just amazing. And how quick we made friends with people over there. I mean, it's just, there were tears when we left. I mean, in 2 weeks, we've gotten to know so many of the people over there. And let me say something. If all adults would just get out of the world and let the kids this age run the world, how much better place would it be? Because if you've seen the American and Chinese, these children, man, they were friends. And what they were sharing, it was very heartwarming. And I have to say, Mr. Shen, thank you again, because they covered all the costs for our children to go over there at the same time. So it was all covered by them. And thank you so much for making the world a better place a little bit at a time. So thank you very much.
These students are one out of stone.
And Grandma, I don't know what we'd do without you. She got nicknamed Grandma by all the kids, so now all of us call her Grandma too. But now she's a real grandma. Congratulations. All right, proposed policies for our first reading tonight. We went through those pretty extensively. We'll
Y'all can't leave now. You have to stay the rest of the program.
Yeah, all the fun part now.
A lot of retired teachers leave it too.
I don't blame them.
Rita Ramos retired.
Just a point of clarification, Mr. Chairman, are we saying that this is the second reading on these?
No, this is first reading.
This is the first reading.
This is,
Make sure.
well, we've had our first reading. This is another first reading.
Okay. That's what
Okay,
I was trying to-
but we will, I think we're just going to see if we have any more questions or comments. Yeah, yeah. So, Dr. Taylor has presented us 7 policies. Board members, are there any further questions to any of these policies?
Just to note, the first 5 policies have significant changes, and those will require a second reading and a vote at the next meeting. The last 2 policies are minor word changes, legal references, and they do not require a vote.
All right, thank you. Ms. White, we went through your policies in detail in the CAL meeting. Board members, do you have any questions of Ms. White on these policies or comments? Very good. Thank you, Ms. White. I just want to get you up and make you walk up here. Yeah, you're welcome. Dr. Statesille, we had a lot of questions and comments on some of your policies. Board members, any comments for Dr. Statesille on these policies? Thank you. Mr. Armstrong, is there any comments or questions, Mr. Armstrong, about these policies?
I've got about 25 questions. No, I'm just kidding.
Thanks,
Mr. Johnson, any questions on Mr. Johnson's policy, which will not require a vote? These policies will now lay for 30 days for public response. These are available on our website, correct?
Yes.
These are available on our website for public review, and we'll bring them back up in another month for second reading and a vote. Thank you very much. At this point in time, we will move to D, Mr. Johnson, administrative pay formula.
Yes. Board members, in your packet, you did receive some information that was presented to you several months ago. At your request, we did pull together a committee of principals. You can see the principals there in your memo that participated in this process. And they were asked to help construct a administrative pay formula. And we brought that to you back over the summer. You guys gave us some feedback on that first draft of the differentiated pay plan. So tonight, you can see there in draft number 2 the changes that you presented to us. So I'd like to go through those very quickly and see if this aligns with the material that you shared with us. The at-risk factor, you guys had asked us to go back and take a look at our core schools and adding some type of pay in there for the principals that serve those core schools. So $2,000 has been added under the at-risk factor. At the grade level distinction, you had asked us to differentiate a little more between the various grade levels. So now that has been tweaked just a little bit. The elementary is $4,500. The middle school was the change at $6,000. The high school remains $7,500. The non-traditional schools are $62,500. Down at the bottom, the evaluation portion of this, you had asked us to take a look at how we rate our principals and differentiate their salaries based on the outcome of their annual evaluation. So 3 changes there. The accomplished category, principals must receive 7 out of 7 to qualify for a $3,000 bonus. Under distinguished, they have to achieve 4 out of 7 for $4,500. And if they get distinguished in all 7 categories, that is $6,000. The last edit was for the average daily membership. The ADM for schools that are 1,601 to 1,900 is $1,000, and any school that surpasses 1,900 students will get a pay differential of $2,000. So I think that was all of the recommendations that you had for us, but we'll certainly entertain your thoughts on this, and if you have additional edits, we will certainly put those in play for you.
Mr. Johnson, one correction from that. Remember, we were asked to survey the principals, and the evaluation component is the only thing that remained the same as the first draft. So they're not 3 tiers. It still was those 2 tiers based on the response. That was the recommendation based on the responses from the principals.
Okay, but what shows up on draft 2 is what the board asked us to look at, correct?
Right, and then we were asked to survey.
So
And I'm just giving you the feedback from the survey, and that's what we have been operating by on your recommendations.
Correct to say that the principal survey then supported draft 1?
Draft 1 for the evaluation component, but all the other changes would be in effect.
That input there, that's the feedback from the principals on that.
Okay, very good.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a motion, please, that we accept draft 2 as presented by the superintendent, please.
I got a motion and second to accept draft 2 as presented by the superintendent.
My discussion is draft 1 the one that the principals, though, said that they wanted? Is that what I was trying to understand by what you were saying? I mean, there's not a lot of difference between the two, but I want to make sure that I understood that she said that.
Draft 2 is the preferred version with the one correction of leaving the evaluation component as it is under draft 1.
What was that vote?
I was just...
It was very close, though, correct?
Yeah. Well, actually, that one was probably the biggest one that stood out of all of them.
55, 45, something. Yeah. Anyway, they wanted...
There were different amounts for each component, so I would have to pull that for you.
Did they give a reason for wanting to leave it just as 2?
A lot of it was related to the evaluation process, and even if you look at what that looks like, they figured that would lead to compromising the process. I don't think I have many principals in the audience, but that's the feedback that I received for those who chose to write comments and for additional comments.
Well, it's pretty simple.
That would lead to some quibbling over the evaluation instrument and perhaps cause it to lose its focus.
Well, it's real easy to see why they didn't want it. It's a little stricter to get to 6,000. We made it a little more difficult.
Chairman Page, actually, if you look at where we're starting from, our basis, it would be very little difference. I had that broken out for you at one point in time. I don't know if you have that with you, Mr. Johnson, but it would result in very little difference where they stand now. Now, in the future, it could yield a difference.
Yeah, it was only $10,000 difference in where we're at now. Yeah, but I believe the board had said if you were going to be excellent, you were going to be excellent. So, floor is open for discussion.
Mr. Chairman, after our discussion in closed session, I'm going to vote for this. However, I would remind the board members that it's been 3 years since we've given our classified people a local raise. So I'd like you to remember that as you vote for our budget tonight. Thank you.
Well, this is really not tied much into the budget. The fact that our principals, it would make $8,000 difference in the total amount paid. It protects us from the standpoint of having a matrix that has pretty much been what we've been asked for actually a little over 3 years ago. I'm really proud of our administration, our HR department. This has come out so much cleaner and simpler than I was expecting. I think it's great. It's also, we're just putting this into place. This can be tweaked over time as we see how things go along. But overall, I think this is a very good policy. Mr. Johnson, Superintendent, what's your opinion?
Well, I think we have addressed the challenge that you folks put to us several years ago. You had asked for a administrative pay formula. I, too, want to commend the HR department. I think they saw a lot of input in developing this, and our principals served willingly on the committee that brought this together. So based on the direction that you gave us, I think this is certainly a step in the right direction.
And we wanted to leave you some wiggle room So you have $60,000 that you can use over a 4-year period. I think I'm fairly pleased with it. Any other discussion?
Call for the question.
If not, all in favor, aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Mr. Johnson, you now have a pay scale for your principals. Thank you, Dr. Singh. Thank you, Mr. Johnson. All right, beginning teacher support plan, Mr. Ethan Todd.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, board members, Mr. Johnson. It is my pleasure to bring to you this beginning teacher support plan, some of the most important work across our district in supporting our investment, that is beginning teachers and growing them over their first 3 years in their career, all 136 of them at the current time. This plan outlines the support structure that we put in place, multi-tier support structure, as well as really focusing on the mentoring aspect and the relationship aspect therein to create effective teachers and have effective, high-performing students as an outcome, and also to retain those teachers over time. I'll be happy to entertain any questions.
This was also discussed in the committee of the whole. Any other comments or questions?
I'd like to say great job, very, very detailed report, and I'd like to make a motion to accept staff recommendation. Second.
I've got a motion and a second to approve the beginning teacher support plan. Any further discussion? All in favor, aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Carries unanimously. Thank you. We've added F, approval of the 18-19 budget. Mr. White, I guess you need to step up to the mic. We went over this for 30 minutes or more in the committee of the whole meeting. The budget is very concerning. The fact that we'll be using about $2.3 million of our fund balance. Luckily, as Ms. White has told us, we've got some money coming in from the computers, but it's certainly a trend that seems to continue to go in this direction. I think we've been very good stewards of the last few years. One of the big issues is the fact the state has made a lot of restrictions on how money is used, and so the money that's costing us because we're having to spend more on some things than we were before. And what we're looking at right now, as this budget is, and the budget changes, of course, as the year goes along, looking at a negative $2.295 million, and coming out of fund balance, that will drop our fund balance to a little under $4 million. But again, we will be, as we get the money for the computers, this will increase. It's just comments, board members.
Excuse me, Kelly, can you pull up the item from the CAL? Do you have that? The budget items from the CAL meeting?
I don't have it linked, no.
You have it on your computer so you can pull it up?
I don't have internet access.
Okay.
What, this?
Yeah, just in case it needed to be displayed.
Yeah.
That's fine. So it's got the budget resolution in there. Just for your reference, that's officially what you're passing is that 2 or 3 page summary. But anyway, sorry to get you off track there.
I think it's just, any comments, questions on the budget? Chair would entertain a motion to pass the budget.
So moved.
Second.
Got a motion and a second to.
We don't add anything to the budget.
That's what we're discussing. We're ready for discussion.
Should I withdraw my motion?
No, we'll go with amendments.
No, we don't want to add it. Okay, I only asked how it would affect the fund balance and everything. So whatever we add comes up against that, it's directly against that at this point. Now, as on top of it, at the same time, we might have funds that could cover some of these. Now, I'd like to put at the top of that, not to usurp Mr. Kennington, but since I've been asking for it for, I see, 12 years now, I'd like to add 2 maintenance people to our budget. I make a motion that we add 2 maintenance people to our budget.
That would be an amendment to the motion. But are you making that, sir?
Yes, sir.
I have an amendment to add 2 maintenance personnel to the budget. Is there a second?
Second.
I've got a motion and a second to add 2 maintenance personnel to the budget. Ms. White, can you give us an estimate on that cost?
It's hard to estimate. Depends on their skill level. What kind of position are you hiring? Are you hiring an electrician, an HVAC specialist, a plumber, just a general maintenance?
I hope an HVAC specialist.
Yard person.
That's what I hope.
So it just varies. I mean, it could be, I would say, a minimum of $50,000 benefits and everything, up to maybe $60,000, $65,000. So
$100,000 to $150,000 for 2. Is that what you're?
Sure. Yeah.
So this. Make a motion. I'll second his motion.
We got this amendment on. We got to admit, yet we absolutely have to do one at a time. Okay. Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Any other discussion? We've not given everybody a chance to discuss, so you can't call yet.
So I just want to make sure that this money is coming out of our fund balance. And these are going to be for 2 recurring positions on a yearly basis that we will have to cover.
Yes.
And we do not know that we're going to have funds to cover that every year.
We do not.
We've been talking about maintenance. I'm not talking against you. It's not an argument, okay? But we've been talking about maintenance forever, and I can guarantee you we've talked about it for 12 years. I'll guarantee that. We have lost maintenance people, and we have added almost, doubled, at least by another 25, 40%, the amount of square footage that we've got to cover. We're also losing our skilled people that we'll need to maintain facilities that we're building. And I don't think we can continue to do that with what we have in place at this time. Yes, there are questions as to where and what next year, but we kicked this thing too long. It's already at the top of our list, and we've got others to come along after that.
I just feel we had a budget committee sit down and look at this for a long time. I mean, since January, and yeah, they've set priorities. If you want to maintenance people, I want 6 SAPs. We just can't pull money out of the air. I wish we could.
That's right. Okay, I'll discuss that. Next coming along after that, I want 2 maintenance. I want 2 SAPs. I want 2 nurses, and I want $17,000 for the SRO.
And we want our 2% for our classifieds.
And we want raises for our classified. But we've got to start somewhere, and I'm going to quote what's happening in a number of our churches at this time. You can sit on a fund balance forever. The money is like manure. It's better off when it's spread around. Okay? So why leave it in a satchel somewhere when we could be using it and get great dividends from it?
I do think maintenance is one area we approved. We approved 2 people 3 years ago. No, 2 years ago. 2 people last year, and he still hadn't got any of them because we froze. So I'm gonna have to agree with you. I could go along with this one because I think it's a matter of keeping our facilities up, and that's something I've noticed this year already at the start of school. More complaints about air conditionings than we've had. And the other thing is we've taken $12 million from our capital budget to pay for computers. And, you can only rob from Paul so much before you got to give something back to him. So, anyway, any further discussion on this?
Well, I just want to say for the record, I am not against having maintenance people. I'm not against, having SAPs or extra bus drivers and that sort of thing. But I think, out of respect to our budget committee, we need to stick to what they presented to us and not put undue stress on our finance folks.
Any other discussion?
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to remind the board of the amount of square footage that we have added just in the last 2 years. to our school system, and here we're about to break ground on 2 more schools, middle schools, and we're going to have to maintain these buildings. I think that the taxpayers are gracious enough to vote the bond in so we can have these facilities, but we have to take our responsibility and maintain them.
We got the money this year, but we might not have it next year, and we've got a hurricane blowing in this week. We don't know what that's going to,
We may need them more.
you know.
Might need 4 or 5 before the hurricane's over.
Well, and you know, it may be where we'll see what the hurricane does, and it could be easily that we may come back and have to have an emergency meeting if we have any damage. So board members, you can expect that if we do have damage, because we'll have to start moving a lot of money around. The question on the table is to add 2 additional maintenance people with a budget of $100,000 to $150,000. Any further discussion? All in favor, aye. Aye. Opposed, no.
No.
It is 6-1 passed. We're adding 2 maintenance positions.
So I need to interject, and that's fine. I will, you guys cannot pass the budget tonight because I have to revise the budget resolution now for these changes. So, just for clarity.
Very good. Let's see what else we
So let's
got.
get them all on the table tonight.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, I'd like to add at least one SAP. It's the trend in our schools today that mental health is a big issue, and let's start tonight, add that one, and then next year we can look and see what if the public passes the 1/4 cent increase, then maybe we'll be able to add another. We have to take care of our children because we have that responsibility, and that's the way I look at it. Thank you.
I agree 100% on that, except for, sir, I would like to wait till after November. When we start hiring some of these positions, we need to know how we can sustain them. That bothers me about what we just did, but I think the damage from not having our maintenance staff up manned high enough can actually cost us money. I would like to hire 9 SAPs right now. I just, I think we're going to have to see if the people of Iredell County support safety and security and well-being of our students. Personally, I'd like to wait. If they show us they do and we will be getting that tax, I would jump all over this to go ahead and place a few of them and use some fund balance for it. But without the possibility of sustaining it, I can't support that, sir.
There's also a rumor that the federal government's going to still do something about school safety and the way that money's come through. At least what I understood out of that. And the only reason I'm opposed to it is because of the farm bill. And but that would be October 1st through the end of September. So we really don't know what they're going to do yet. We don't know what's going to be put there. And so I agree with you. We need that position. But I think if we wait 2 months, we can still get that position. And I agree with you.
You should probably get a second to the amendment.
Yeah, before we continue discussing it, you're right. Do I have a second on it?
Second.
Okay, I've got a second on it.
Also, like, if I may add an amendment to his amendment,
Wow.
I want 2 SAPs instead of 1.
Let's go one at a time, please.
I have an amendment to the amendment.
You can do that. You can do that. If you do, I have a second to his amendment to the amendment.
Second.
Now we're voting on amendment to the amendment to change that from 1 to 2. Any discussion on that?
What's the approximate cost of the SAP?
Again, it just depends on their experience level. They're paid on the teacher scale. A beginning teacher is $35,000. It just depends on their certifications and their qualifications, years of experience. That's right. That's without benefits.
Yeah,
so,
with benefits, you're talking about $50,000 to $75,000.
50 is the minimum.
Yeah.
Minimum.
All right, let me
Again, guys, we're
That's
going.
without.
I understand it. Let me. I know maybe it's not relevant. Okay. We've got so many people in this country who have made the statement I can't get married until I'm ready. Oh, my Lord, if they wait till they're ready, or wait till they had the money, they'd never get married. If you wait till you have the money to have a baby, you'll never have babies. It's the same thing. It's the same thing. If we sit and wait until we've got every dime in place to cover everything that we want, we are not going to be able, we're just going to continue to kick it. So that's the reason I say, at this point, I go for 2 because I think we need them. Like you just said, we need 6. But I'd love to have 2.
Let me make a statement to make sure that the public understands. There's been a lot of talk about the state of North Carolina having $35 million that they put towards school safety and security and student well-being. We applied for how many SAPs? 4?
I think there were 3.
For 3, and we didn't get a penny, not one penny. You have to understand, Iredell County's a Tier 3 county. We're classified a rich county. The money's going to be short coming to us from the state. We applied for 2 SROs, $140,000, I believe, and we got $33,000. So I agree. We don't know what's coming down from the federal government right now. They've frozen all their grants for police. It's just a tough time. I just don't think the timing's right for these positions to be added at this time. We need to just sit here. I want them also. I want them badly. But we're going to have to make some decisions. But we need to hold on a little bit. We just can't keep spending our money. That said, any other discussion on the amendment to change 1 to 2? All in favor, aye? No?
No.
No. What? Let me have hands, please. All in favor of changing it to 2, please raise your hand. All not in favor of the amendment, please raise your hand. It's 4 to 3 failure. Now we have an amendment that says add 1 SAP. Any further discussion on that? If not, all in favor of adding 1 SAP to this year's budget, please raise your hand. All opposed? That passes 4 to 3. You'll have to add 1 SAP.
Can I just interject? And I'm not giving my opinion on any of these. I'm just telling you that this raises a concern from a budget perspective.
So noted, Ms. White. Thank you. Any other? At this time, Ms. White has notified us that we must withdraw our motion to approve the budget because it has to be redone. Do what?
You're going to deal with other amendments, so
Oh, I said, was there any discussion? I didn't hear anybody.
No, are there other amendments?
Well, discussion is with amendments, if you're going to discuss something. Do you have other amendments?
I can go on forever.
Okay, go for it. I'm waiting.
Oh,
What about this already?
well, to a point, at this point, I think, because of what is coming up, the SRO's question could be covered. Not covered totally, not covered entirely, but could be covered. And we can deal with that later because there are 2 things that could be coming in, one from the state and one from federal, in reference to the SROs. That's not incorrect. Another thing, though, that we've kicked down the road forever and we've backed up on, and we know it has to do with security, we know it has to do, just like the SAPs, are nurses. And I know they're the highest paid people in the world. If you talk to nurses, they're not.
Yeah.
But I know how much she'd already stated, how much they would cost if we add nurses to our budget. That's roughly $70,000 apiece.
Sounds reasonable.
That's what you said at one time. But anyway, make a motion we add 2 nurses. For all the same reasons. It's time to start moving toward what it is that we need in the system. If we can't cover everything, and we can't, we can cover some of them, we have the money. Anyway, that's my.
We're getting very close to the absolute, no, we don't have the money. But that's, you know, you got a motion, do I have a second to hire 2 nurses? No second, motion drops for lack of second. Any other amendments or discussions on budget?
The only thing I'd like to say is, as far as the maintenance and the uncertainty of the positions, I'd like for the chairman and the superintendent to meet with the director of maintenance to determine how best to utilize those 2 positions, and y'all just come back to the board with what y'all recommend. And that doesn't need a motion.
No. Mr. Johnson, you and I will meet with Dr. Miller, make discussions on the 2 positions.
Yes, sir.
Extra.
Mr. Page, were you going
Let
to?
me ask you, were we supposed to make an amendment motion in reference to the SRO at 17,000?
No, we are dealing with law enforcement, and we think we will have an announcement, hopefully, shortly. But let us just get everything worked out.
So we don't have a separate?
No, sir. Okay. It's well within the operational range of where we're at. We'll look at.
I just want to be sure that we didn't
Right.
have to have it.
No. Okay. We've got a situation where we're going to have to withdraw a motion due to the budget not being able to be approved tonight. Should we just vote that motion down? Or should we?
I think you can ask the person that made the second to withdraw their second, and then Anna, you made the motion to approve the budget.
I'll withdraw my motion.
Okay, so we will not vote on the budget tonight. We no longer have a motion for that. Ms. White, prepare the budget as the board has said. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
This time, we will open up for public comment. All right, very good. No public comment. Board member comments? Any comments from board members?
Just want to make sure that Kelly, at the October Cal meeting, I get 10 minutes to do our security and safety on schools. And just want to thank everybody that, well, not even, everybody's gone home just about, but we want to thank all of our staff who came to the fair and supported our booth at the fair that Martin set up. But the fair was a very big success this year, and we'll probably give out $35,000 back to the community and about 10,000 scholarships. So Kiwanis Club wants to thank y'all, and I want to thank you for your help. And I saw a lot of you smiling faces there. I appreciate y'all being there. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to thank the board, those of you who voted for the additions. I've been wanting to see those additions for a couple of years myself, and I think that's going to enhance our school system, hopefully in a very, very positive way, and I think it will. I want to remind everybody that tomorrow is the 11th of September, and you may recall, most of us are old enough to have seen the towers come down. And it seems like almost every year there's been a terrorist activity somewhere in the world on the 11th to celebrate their achievement. So be aware, tomorrow is the 11th. Thank you.
Kelly, I would like to put on the October to discuss the November meeting dates.
Mr. Chairman, the only thing I was going to say as a comment is we're kind of on a slippery slope when we start taking the recommendation of what our budget we've been looking at the last 6 months, and then here when we go to vote it, we start tacking stuff onto it. I don't think we have a clue what kind of money we've got and what we're doing. I think it's irresponsible if we don't look at that. I'm with y'all. I think we need to add those positions. Since I've been here 4 years, we've been trying to add maintenance. I got it. I'm not against, it's not a naysayer thing, but I think we need to be real careful when we start looking at this budget we've been looking at for 6 months and then all of a sudden act like a bunch of drunk sailors throwing money on it. We've got to look at what we're going to spend our money on that makes the best impact on what's there. And we rely heavily on the administration here to bring us what details are the most pertinent to us. And I'm not saying we don't question it. What I'm trying to say is we need to make sure that we're doing our due diligence with the best of ability we can. I don't think anybody on this board is doing anything wrong. I'm just trying to say, think about it, y'all. We need to really look at this if that's what we're going to do, adding some of those things in, because they're going to impact our money. Thank you.
Well, then I must reply. Since I made some of those recommendations and motions. I understand Mr. James' statement completely. We had a crew that looked at that and looked at it very carefully over a long period of time. But I might add that same type of crew looked at it for 12 years and did not add that to the budget. So I've patiently waited for that to happen somewhere besides at this level. Somebody come in and make that recommendation, add it to the budget, put it in, take it out, whatever. So, yeah, I mean, it might look like a bunch of whatever, but I think it has to be done, and I'm proud of you for doing it because I think it's going to be very good, and it might not be enough, but at least it's a start, and it's a start on the SAPs.
Any other board comments?
Last Thursday night, y'all may have seen it in the paper, we have a national, not state, but we have the national championship junior ROTC team at Marine Corps at South Iredell High School. I'm very proud of them. 20 plus of them got their rings. Command Sergeant Major from Washington, D.C. was here. And if you're not there and don't believe in our kids, come to South Iredell, and you saw last tonight, Colonel Van Fleet with his students from West Iredell. Our ROTC programs are immaculate. We're national champions if anyone wants to challenge us. Tanner, get that in the paper, put that down. We're national champions. Thank you.
Both papers had nice articles about it, so thank y'all. Mr. Johnson gets to talk for a while, unless if I hear second, we're going to do it. That's up to y'all.
I will let him talk.
Take Charles' mic away from him.
I'm serious.
You can get his mic away from him.
It used to didn't work when I sat there.
Well, seeing as how I'm the only thing standing between all of us and adjournment, I'm going to keep my comments kind of short, but there are a couple of important things I do want to say. We've got a couple folks in the audience tonight that I'd like to recognize. So, Bowen, if you'll get ready to snap a picture of this, we're going to need your help, and Carissa, maybe you can get one too. We've got a couple of our newest assistant principals with us tonight, and I'd love for these ladies to stand for just a minute and then come forward for a picture. Chrissy Land is with us tonight. Miss Land is the brand new assistant principal at Woodland Heights Elementary School, and she's got her principal, Miss Spinner, with her tonight in support. And Chrissy, it looks like you brought some family members too. So, yes, only child. So, thank you for sharing your daughter with us. And I will simply say that she is truly a standout and is a great representative of our assistant principal pool here. Christy has been at Woodland Heights for a number of years where she served as an instructional facilitator, and I'm not sure you were a teacher there or not. Right. We also have Lisa Brooks with us. Lisa, if you could stand, please. Lisa is our newest assistant principal serving East Iredell Middle School. She's out there with Dr. Howe. She too comes from the instructional facilitator pool and has a long, rich history. I do know you served as a teacher in our school district, maybe at NB Mills. Is that right? North Middle. Okay, very good. But we would like to welcome both of these ladies to the ranks. This will be someday the next round of principals that you see serving the kids in our community. So it's really important to make sure that pool of aspiring principals stays very, very strong. And we're very excited about these ladies' new assignment. So welcome, ladies. And as we come up to the front here, we do like to snap a picture so we can put that on our website, and hopefully the press will help us out with getting this good word out too. Thank you very much, Dr. Wilson.
I mean, for
Lakeshore Elementary, Frank Sirocco.
Do we not have a couple new ones? Another new? Is that all we got?
That's, Dr. Lassane, the question was, do we have more new assistant principals? I think in this round of hiring, those were the 3 that were hired. Is that correct?
Okay. That was, I couldn't remember if we covered that or not. Okay.
Now, these ladies start their day really, really early, like at 6:45. So don't worry about staying to hear my comments. You can leave if you'd like, and it won't hurt my feelings. But congratulations again. All right, very quickly, last Tuesday, I believe it was, the State Board of Education approved test scores for North Carolina, and so you received your copy of our results. And I will say that we are extremely proud of our schools this year. We got some really significant improvements in performance across the county. I'd like to take just a moment and read part of a press release that Dr. Nutting put together for us last week, just to kind of capture the flavor of some of the improvements that were made during last school year. The graduation rate for the Iredell-Statesille School did improve last year. We boast now a graduation rate of 88.8%. That is the second highest graduation rate in the history of our school system. So that is a major, major accomplishment for all of our schools. Our end of test grading, we have 14 schools that exceeded their growth targets by the state of North Carolina. We have 14 schools that met their growth target, and we have 7 schools that did not meet growth last year. 11 of 17 elementary schools in the Iredell-Statesille schools showed growth from the previous school year. East Elementary School had the highest growth in the district and has moved to a letter grade of C. Lakeshore Middle School exceeded growth for 2017-18 and posted an impressive index score improvement of 3.24%. At Central, Principal Diana Jones is proud of the growth that her school achieved this year. Student success at Central is a celebration for the whole community, she says. Our work ethic is a reflection of where we live. Our students and faculty have a growth mindset and believe anything is possible if we work together. Statesville High School had the highest growth index among the high schools. Their index was 3.01. Hans Laster, the principal there at Statesville High School, said, "We are very excited about the upward trajectory of our school and the growth that we are experiencing along academic lines." We were very strategic in our selection and scheduling of professional development for our staff and the use of iReady and eBOS as a way to drive instruction. Along with this, our students and staff both are committed to no holds barred approach to effective teaching and learning. The biggest example of such an accomplishment was the Study Buddy program that was implemented during the Smart Lunch period there at the school last year. At Celeste Hinkle Elementary School, Principal Keely Ward says that she feels very positive about the direction of the school. She is thrilled that they had exceeded growth with a 3.49% index score. The faculty and the staff focused on meeting student needs, whether it was a basic foundation to close a learning gap, personal life issues that had to be met before learning could take place, building strong vocabulary and math strategies. Celeste Hinkle is a C school according to the state. However, according to this principal, we have an A+ incentive and implementation with our students, our families, and our community. Principal Jonathan DeCastro says this about Third Creek and the impressive growth that they've made there. Third Creek is an excellent school with a hardworking and dedicated staff. Over the last 4 years, we have exceeded academic projections or exceeded growth for our students. Although our overall accountability score is a C, we continue to prepare our students for success in their futures. At Lakeshore Elementary School, where proficiency scores gave the school a letter grade of B, Principal Chris Grace attributes success to the problem-based strategies that they have implemented in their problem-based learning model, PBL, and their partnership with Wake Forest Medical School. While Statesille Middle School met their growth goals last year, they continue to post a letter grade of F. The staff and students at Statesille Middle School continue to make steady progress. The principal there, Kelly Campbell, said, at Statesille Middle School, we have made our students the focus of everything that we do. Teachers are preparing in professional development for inquiry-based learning. We use student data to direct our instruction and to differentiate instruction. We continue to build relationships with capturing kids' hearts. I'm very proud of the hard work of our teachers and our staff over these last several years. We are excited to have met growth and have our sights set on exceeding growth for the upcoming school year. A couple other highlights. The biggest growth from 2016-17 to 17-18 at the elementary division included East Elementary School, Cottle Creek, and Lake Norman Elementary. In our middle school ranks, it was Lakeshore Middle, Statesville Middle, and West Iredell Middle. And again, our high schools included Statesville High School, North Iredell High School, and South Iredell High School. And then finally, just a couple other comments about our performance. CCTL on the campus of Mitchell Community College is ranked 15th among all high schools in North Carolina for student performance score of 95%. Northview is ranked 3rd among all middle schools in North Carolina for their performance score of 94%. Lake Norman High School is ranked 22nd in the state for their growth index of 6.4%. Lakeshore Middle, 26th in the state. Lake Norman Elementary, 26th in the state for elementary schools. And I could go on and on about the great growth and the achievement of our schools. Time doesn't give me, will not allow me to do that because of the late hour. But we had a fantastic school year last year with our growth and with our letter grades. Now, somebody asked me the other day, are you satisfied? No, we're not satisfied. We won't be satisfied until every school has maximized their potential and every child is successful. But it's a great way to celebrate last year, and as we're kicking off this school year, there's a lot of energy and excitement about this. Union Grove raised their scores last year an entire letter grade. That's hard to do. And so as you're out and about and you're traveling, remember to give these teachers and the principals and the support staff a pat on the back, like I know you do all the time, because they really had an outstanding school year for us last year. And there's a lot of positive energy out there about the upcoming school year. My last comment for the night has to do with a task that we began approximately a year ago. Last year, the community came to us and said, we have a problem. And the problem is we have lots of jobs available in our community, and we don't have candidates to interview for these jobs. And you can go to any business, and it's just a broken record. It's the same thing. Everybody's looking for highly qualified workers. Mr. Cute, you correct me on this if I don't tell this right, but I think just in the city limits of Statesville, there are 23,000 jobs, and there are 10,000 workers. So that means that this community has to import a lot of workers from other places to come here and work. So last year about this time, the folks at Economic Development and our Chambers of Commerce came to us and said, what can you help, school system, what can you do to help us close this employment gap? And so we pulled together a group of folks, not only from ISS, but from Mooresville Graded and Mitchell Community College. Lots of strategies have been put in place, and this is the year of deployment. So I wanted to take just a minute and share a couple things that are coming up really, really fast. And I think these are going to help us close that employment gap and to make our parents and our students more aware of the great opportunities that are out here. One of the things that our task force put in place this year, and this was funded by the county commissioners, so we need to make sure that we give credit to our county commissioners for supporting this. But the edge factor is a tool that we will be rolling out throughout all of our communities throughout Iredell County, including Mooresville Mitchell Community College. This is an educational platform for career exploration. There will be 23 public middle schools and high schools within Iredell-Statesille and Mooresville grade participating in the Edge Factor this year. This includes a bank of video curriculum for students to explore career interests. And here's the really neat part about the Edge Factor. Local employers can now create their own videos and share them with us, and we can put them on there so that local businesses can be promoted to our parents and to our students, and they can see firsthand what it looks like to work inside some of these businesses and the great opportunities that are out there. The Edge Factor for Education platform will officially launch in September at the student engagement events that has been scheduled for September 26th and 27th. All faculty, staff, and students will have access to this tool. Teachers and counselors will receive training on the Edge Factor. The Edge Factor staff will train teachers in person here in Iredell-Statesille schools on September the 26th from 1 o'clock to 4 o'clock at the Unity Center. There is a dedicated individual on the Edge Factor staff to answer teacher questions throughout the year, kind of a problem solver that our teachers can reach out to. The Edge Factor Live event is scheduled for later in the month. This includes all 8th grade students, teachers, and their parents. It will generate thought-provoking ideas about career pathways and the availability of careers that are open right now here in our community. The event and the platform is designed to inspire students, equip educators with impactful resources, and provide parents with insight on how to kickstart their child's future in these careers. Another tool that is going to be made available in our community this year, thanks to the work of this task force, is a magazine that is called Blueprint. That magazine is being provided 11,000 copies to all 7th, 8th, and 9th graders and their parents. The magazine is a partnership effort that is made available to our students and parents by businesses that actually advertise in the magazine. I have the first copy of the magazine, and we'll email that to you later in the week. It's being published now, the hard copies are. But I think you'll be extremely impressed with the magazine. Again, it's being supported by our Chamber of Commerce, Economic Development, and lots of the employers here in our community. The last event that I want to call your attention to is an event that we're calling Exploring Cats. And this is an effort to raise awareness to all of our 8th graders throughout the school system about the great opportunities that are available at the Career Academy Technical School. Each program will be showcased with hands-on activities. Many of the community employers have signed on to come and do demonstrations that day. And so throughout our community this year, I think you're going to see a new and a very energetic approach to making our kids and our parents aware that there are tremendous opportunities right here in Iredell County. So we're pretty excited about that, and we hope that you can attend some of these events as well. Thank you very much.
As far as dates go, got an early release day on the 26th, and we've got that exciting Edge Factor presentations on 26th, 27th. You got an invitation to the Mitchell College celebration. They're opening what they're calling their North Campus at our North Iredell High School. That's on the 13th of September at 4 o'clock. Any other comments or questions? The chair would entertain a motion to adjourn.
Second.
Got a motion, second to adjourn. Any discussion? All in favor, aye. Aye. Opposed? No. Carries unanimously. Thank you.